Hello. Oh, that moved. Can't get that to stay. Hmm. And Happy's decided that she wants her bed underneath my desk, which actually makes for a better angle, but means I have to wear pants now. Hey Josh. Can we discuss the porn addiction I have? Well, I mean we can discuss it. What exactly did you want to discuss about the porn addiction you have? Ed, Ed, and Eddie is so timeless that it should never be remade in any way, shape, or form. It's best to stay pure. I have no idea what you mean by Ed, Eddie, Ed, and Eddie. But this camera angle, I mean, Happy's a lot more visible here underneath my desk. I might have to figure something out. Fawad. Salam alaikum. How are you? And she destroyed her square bed. So, and the round bed doesn't fit under my desk as well as her square bed did. Mm, I think I can figure this out. So, if you haven't watched, well, Lakem, bro, I'm doing good. How about you? How's your big weekend been? Been a very busy and productive, I hope, weekend. I listened to the Jordan Peterson Joe Rogan interview, and it was pretty cool. It was pretty cool. Mm. Hey, Rabbi. So nice having you in class last week. Definitely missed you this evening. There was a place I felt I needed to be. Not sure you would have agreed with me, but I was there nonetheless, and that is why I missed your class. But I will endeavor to actually listen to it because you do a lot of prep, which speaks well of you. Hey, Jacob, what do you know about the essences? Ooh, the essences. I'm not sure which essences you're talking about. Yep, I saw him on Joe Rogan Experience. Didn't watch the episode though. He isn't really popular among the Muslim circles anymore because of some of his recent comments. Honestly, his comments were pretty intelligent, but like I have said several times, Muslim YouTube seems to have been captured by really the CIA and Saudi and possibly even Mossad. What was absolutely shocking to me was to go on to go when the Twitter files were showing how the CIA is manipulating Muslim Twitter. And I went to see on EA Dawa how it's on EA Dawa and to see how they were talking about it. And the entire episode was them talking smack about Israel. And it was like, oh my God. Like, really, you're allowing Israel to distract you from clear evidence of CIA propaganda regarding Iran and Saudi Arabia and Yemen and Syria, and you're just focusing on Israel. And it's like, follow the shiny ball more, please. But when you're not busy, I would like to pick your brain on Isaiah 7 and 8, as I have a few questions about the Emmanuel character on there that my wife asked me to ask you. She's a Christian. I would be glad to talk about it, but I have to say, the points that I make about Isaiah 7 and 8 oftentimes are not the types of points that Muslims want to make about Isaiah 7 and 8, which is that quite obviously, if you're reading Isaiah 7 and 8, it is talking in context about a person who was born hundreds of years before Jesus. And that, at least that person was in fact born. Now, Christians may want to say that it was a double prophecy, a prophecy at the time and one that could also be applied to Jesus. But if you're going to say that, my question remains, so was that boy who was born, that Emmanuel who was born during the time of Ahaz, a born of a virgin as well? How many virgin births have there been in history? And is that person also God incarnate? Well, no. Then you end up in Michael Brown land, where he has to try to split the prophecy in two, and the reading becomes more and more ridiculous and incredible, even if you're like, I mean, make up your mind. Is it a prophecy of a virgin birth or not? And if it is a prophecy of a virgin birth, was the first Emmanuel also born of a virgin or not? So, like, even even if you're going to make all the arguments about the Septuagint and Parthenos and Alma, right? Okay, then you have two virgin births. Then you have two incarnations. Doesn't work. Yes, I know, Rabbi, I'm not required to attend my class, but I do, in fact, feel obligated. Fawad.
How are you doing, brother?
Good.
Shalom.
Shalom.
Yeah.
How are you doing?
I'm doing good. So yeah, I think you meant to say that the Christians won't agree with you because I think you said Muslims won't agree with you. Yeah.
Well,
Really?
Okay. I mean, the Quran says that Mary was a virgin, right?
No, but we don't say that Isaiah over here was referring to because nowhere in the Hadith or the Quran it says that Isaiah had a prophecy about this. That the Christians would actually make the argument that Isaiah over here was prophesying about Jesus. That's not the argument that we bring.
Oh, okay. So Muslims would say that it's actually not about a virgin in Isaiah 7 either?
Correct.
In Isaiah 7?
Of course. No, I've never heard a single Muslim actually making that argument. I see Muslims making this argument with Christians all the time that, hey, it's actually not, even on Dawa and you know, with myself, actually with my wife.
So my question would be, but don't you guys, well, I guess you do believe that the Gospels were corrupted, but the Gospels make that argument that Isaiah 7 applies to Jesus.
Okay, so there's a really big misunderstanding about the Gospels. So when the Quran, it actually refers to Injil. Nowhere does it say that it's referring to the Gospels of, because literally the word, if you translate Injil from Arabic to English, it will say gospel or the good news, right? But the Quran is not referring to the Gospel of Matthew, Luke, John, or Mark, you know, because it's the Injil of Jesus.
Oh, but the word Injil, I guess you could try to get a Semitic word out of it, but I mean, the original word is evangelion it isn't Arabic. Well, I mean, I'm not going to argue the point because the Torah definitely does this, where it takes words which are from other languages and gives a Hebrew pseudo etymology to them. Hello, Krish. Right. So, I mean, okay. So the Injil is just the message of Jesus, not necessarily the written text that the Christians have.
Correct. Because if you think about it, what was Jesus teaching? Was he teaching books that hadn't even been written yet, that were written like 70 years or 60 years or 90 years after his supposedly death? You know, it wouldn't make sense.
I agree with you. This is my big argument with Christians. Honestly, I think especially, I mean, the Gospels were written after Paul, and they very clearly have a Pauline interlace, and what I call the crayon, which is all of the little parenthetical remarks in the middle of Jesus's quotations, really tend to twist the meaning in ways that make what he was saying sound heretical. Like, my big thing has been, in reading the Gospels and ignoring what I call the crayon, Jesus sounds very, very Jewish to me. And there are many people who agree with me, including Christians like James Tabor.
Correct. Yeah, and that's exactly what the Quran teaches. The Quran just says that Jesus basically was sent to the Jewish nation, and basically he was just reaffirming the old law. That's it. He didn't teach anything new. You know, he was just trying to bring them back. Yeah, you know, and that was it. Like from my understanding, he didn't teach anything new as compared to what Jeremiah or Isaiah or Daniel or Moses or David or Solomon they were teaching their nation. That's it. That's it's the Quranic stance, the Islamic stance on Jesus is very, very simple. You know, the only thing you and I we would differ is about his virgin birth, but we don't believe that Isaiah was predicting, because it's clearly taking out of context, because it's actually talking about the northern and the southern kingdom, going in a war, and that's what I was trying to explain to my wife, that I said, honey, just look very clearly in context. So
How
of
long
course
have you been married?
For about 10 years now.
10 years. Okay.
Yes.
This must have been an interesting conversation all this time.
Well, to be honest with you, like back in the day, I wasn't much into studying the Bible that much.
Oh, okay.
So I was always trying to, of course, my like what I'm trying to have her do is, I say, like, stick to your Bible if you have to, but just stop believing in the Trinity. Like, I would rather her be a Unitarian Christian.
Which denomination does she belong to?
She's a Protestant.
She's a Protestant. Which Protestant denomination, if you don't mind? Does she go to church or no?
Yes, she does. She actually goes to church like 3 times a week.
Oh wow! What denomination
Universal.
church?
The Universal, because she's Brazilian. We live in Brazil, so over here they call it the Universal Church.
Universal?
I don't know. Yeah, Universal. I don't know exactly, like in the U.S.
Church. Yeah. That's in Brazil.
Yeah. Let me confirm that with her. Aurinha, vocês são da Você é evangélicos do Universal ou Assembleia? Assembleia. No, sorry. She said not Universal. Sorry, Assembleia. So it's você sabe como chama? Yeah. So Assembleia do Deus, né? Yes, Assembly of God. Yes.
Assembly of God. Okay.
Yes.
Assembly.
That's one.
I've heard of them. I don't know too much about them.
They scream a lot. The pastor.
They're charismatics. Yeah.
Very charismatic. Like I went there.
Speaking in tongues and so I mean, you might see what she thinks about oneness Pentecostalism.
Mm-hmm.
It is a very similar church to Assemblies of God. The difference is, whether you think it's better or worse, they believe in oneness, and they don't believe in the Trinity. It might be closer to what you might find more acceptable. Oneness Pentecostal churches. They're very similar to Assemblies of God.
Okay. Yeah, I'll definitely have her check it out. It's so difficult though, because her entire family, they're very devout Christians, and for them the church is more like a family. That's their entire lives. Their entire lives have been revolving around the church. Like they don't even hang out with like other Brazilians. It's mostly the people from their church, so even if they have to call in any favor for anything, they're always looking at people inside their churches. So it's extremely difficult.
It's a community.
It's a community. Exactly.
Yeah,
it's like basically you're asking them to abandon their community, not just the religion. So it's extremely difficult. Like we've moved out of the town where she used to live after her father's passing. So we're about like half an hour away from where she used to go to her church. But till this day, if she wants to go to the church any day, so she goes to her town. She doesn't even like to go to the same Assembleia church over here in our town.
So it's a community. So Teo says his church in England is also attend Assembly of God. And Chazi says, hello, Jacob and Fawad.
Hey, buddy.
Um, yeah, it's, I mean, so the part of the difficulty, well, does your wife speak in tongues?
No.
Okay.
Just Portuguese.
No. Yes, I know that. But I mean, when she goes to church, does she speak in tongues? Does she get
not that I
slain in
know.
the spirit and do all that stuff?
Not that I know of. Like when I explained that to her, like her explanation was so funny. So I said, like, aren't you guys supposed to be speaking in different tongues? Like if you have the, if you're faithful.
Yeah.
And it was so funny because remember that one guy that stopped by your channel a few weeks ago, and I think it was in December.
And claimed to know all
Yes.
languages. Yes,
Exactly.
And I shut him up by speaking in Farsi.
Exactly. So I played that to her because she only speaks Portuguese. I was trying to translate to her like what was going on. So of course she was. It was amusing for her. I mean, we got a good laugh out of it. But I was like, so what's going on with this? Like, do you guys really not believe this? And she said, yeah, but why does it have to be a language that people understand? So I was like, no, why does it have to be a tongue that people understand? I was like, what? So I was like, it's just gibberish then. So I was like, I could just say whatever. And I could say, oh, you don't understand what I'm saying. Isn't it supposed to be tongues that other people understand?
Well, okay, so this is the thing. And I completely agree with you. And from a Jewish standpoint, like speaking in tongues, I actually think is very spiritually dangerous. I find no place for it in Jewish tradition, but the Greek understanding. So have you heard of the Oracle of Delphi?
No.
So in Greek religion, what they had was they would have these oracles, which were people who would go into trances and speak all kinds of things, and then there were other people who would interpret them. And that is something that in 1 Corinthians seems to be referred to by Paul. And that appears to be what is took root in Christian tradition. And so there have been studies on this, and there's apparently some neurological effect. Like Sam, who is a Unitarian and somebody I respect a lot, he speaks in tongues. And the people who do speak in tongues, they tend to be very attached to it because they do feel that it connects them with God in a special way. And so, yeah, and as Bazzani says, the Greeks were getting high. And yes, the Oracle at Delphi appears to very definitely have been taking all sorts of psychedelics. So.
Oh, so when you asked me this, you actually meant it. I thought you were just mocking them.
Oh, no. The Oracle of Delphi was an actual thing.
Right. No. But I before that, when you asked me if my wife spoke in tongues.
Oh no, I was wondering if yeah. because these charismatic Pentecostal, and they're very big in Latin America and Sub-Saharan Africa. They've been growing greatly. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, it's a difficult one, but it's like a process. I'm taking it slow. Mm-hmm. So
if you don't mind me asking, do you have children?
Sure. We don't.
Okay.
We don't. Yeah.
Yeah, that's when it gets very difficult.
It does, but this is an agreement I had with her before getting married that if we have children, they will be devout Muslims.
Oh,
they will go to the mosque. Yeah, and she has no problems with that.
Okay.
Yeah. Because that's one of the conditions for us to marry the people of the book,
Correct.
according to the ahadith, that the children, they have to be that's one of the reasons why women Muslims, like they're not allowed to marry,
Mary, yeah,
even the people of the book,
yeah,
because since the man is the head of the family,
right.
so so coming back to Isaiah 7 and 8.
Mhm.
So here, I do understand. I totally agree with the Jewish people, because I'm not the type of person that would just, you know, take something out of context. When somebody tells me something without having any biases, I like to read the entire context and understand the context first, and then I make up my own mind, and then I honestly tell them if I would side with the Jewish people, or the Christians, or even among Unitarian, or I mean within the sects of Christianity,
Mhm.
deciding between Catholics and Protestants, like which way I would side. I like to read for it myself and understand and do thorough research. So I
Mhm.
do agree with you guys. My only question, my point of contention would be, this is something that my wife also pointed out, that the Emmanuel character. So if you guys claim that so from my understanding, let me steelman your guys's argument and tell me if I'm correct. So Isaiah was supposed to be Ahaz's cousin, if I'm not mistaken, right? So he shows up to town, to the town, and he speaks to Ahaz that these kings are about to come and attack you, because there were two kings in the Syrian king from Damascus, and the northern kingdom. They were conspiring to attack the southern kingdom
Right.
of um, Jerusalem, right?
Mhm.
So when they conspired, and so the Lord supposedly told Isaiah to take one of his sons and meet Isaiah. King Ahaz. So when he was speaking to him, he mentions, or he asks him to ask God for a
A
sign,
sign. Mhm.
right? Not a miracle, right? A sign. So
Well,
there's
a
a
sign in Judaism would be something, and this is part of why we say that it cannot be considered, the virgin birth cannot be considered a sign, because a sign is something that it shows that God is in fact doing something, like a prophecy of the future that comes true, or something miraculous.
Correct, but it has to be something that should be seen, that can be seen.
Exactly.
That's
Yes.
that's the whole point.
Yes.
And virgin birth, like Rabbi Tovia Singer,
Yeah.
he argues that virgin birth is not something that you can witness, right?
Yeah.
So it has to be a sign that should be seen. So I do agree with that, and I totally understand, because the word over there is used sign. Sign is like, if I tell somebody, hey, go straight on this road, and if you want to go to blah blah town, you will see a sign over there.
Right.
So it's
Exactly.
quite evident. It's quite clear.
Yeah.
Till this part, I agree with you guys. Where
Mhm.
I'm not saying I would disagree. It's just more of a question that God asks. So he basically, so continuing on the train of thought. So he actually tells Ahaz, and Ahaz says, no, I'm not gonna basically tempt God. I'm not going to ask him for a sign. But Isaiah gives him a sign anyway, and he tells him that the young woman, and I do understand that they translate it as virgin, and you guys translate it as the young woman, right?
Mhm.
So he says the young woman is with child. So first of all, if I'm not mistaken, even among the Jewish community, there is sort of division on whether this young woman was supposed to be the wife of Ahaz
Or
or
Isaiah.
Isaiah's. So,
Yeah.
what would you say to that? Like, what is your justification? First of all,
I
what do you think? Whose wife that was supposed to be?
personally, I have no idea and no opinion. I mean, these are things that are, these are details that if the Bible didn't bother to clarify, it, like, it's not a detail that matters.
Okay.
So I mean, you, yeah, it's who the mother of that child was is not a detail that's clear in the text. And so, while there are various interpretations, it that wasn't the point of the sign. The point of the sign was that this child is going to be born, and before it
He's
reaches
old
the
enough, yeah.
age, then certain things are going to happen.
Correct.
Right.
Agreed. But the problem with that is, like, if you don't know how to identify the child first, like, how would you know the sign? Like, what if, because if you tell me,
those
hey,
people did know. I mean,
oh, okay.
obviously. So it says ha'alma. It says the woman, the young woman, is with child, right? So the people who were in the room obviously knew which woman Isaiah was talking about. It's just not recorded in the in the text because it's not an important detail.
Okay. That makes sense. I mean, that's where my confusion was, my initial confusion. And then if you go to chapter 8, verse 3, I believe, where Isaiah says that he was intimate with the prophetess, and then she got impregnated, and God told him to name that child whatever that long name was.
Yes.
Yes. So Rabbi Toya Singer, he argues that is supposed to be Emmanuel, and the reason why he's not named Emmanuel is because God asked Isaiah to name him this long name that you said,
right.
But the mother was supposed to name him Emmanuel. So it's the same child, right? Because if you his argument, which I sort of like, it does make sense. It's a lot more. It's the case is a lot more compelling that he's making as compared to the Christians. And with all due respect to Christians, it's just totally taken out of context. So but I was just trying to understand, like, how do you see this? So when Isaiah actually says that he was intimate with the woman and she got pregnant,
Which
so do you
verse
think
is
it's so next chapter 8, I think it's verse 3 onwards, you will see where it says that when he was intimate with the prophetess and she gave birth to a child, and God asked him to name him.
Right. Yeah. So it says, and I came close to the prophetess, and she so came close. I mean, whether it was his own wife, I mean, that is the implication.
That is the implication, because she was she was a prophetess,
Navia,
Navia, exactly.
Yeah.
He was married to a Navia.
Yeah.
So do you not think that this child that is born after he was intimate with the prophetess, that's the same child that is mentioned in the previous chapter, Emmanuel?
Oof, that's a good question.
Because the wording is quite similar.
Rashi seems to be definitely saying, "Hu haben atzmo shekara haniviyat." That's what Rashi says, and he's considered the basic, most common commentary. I'm not sure if the Eben Ezra is agreeing or not. I'm just looking at some of the bigger commentaries. Actually, why don't I show this on the screen? Okay, so I am looking at the Abarbanel. שעניין אחד כעניין יעקב וישראל. I'm not clear that the other commentaries are who היה בן אחר. Rashi מתקשה איך אפשר שלנו לשם. So Rashi may be the Melvin clearly says that it's a second person, and he would because he's from a later generation. He would only disagree with Rashi if there were people of previous generations which also said that it was. So apparently there is some disagreement in the
exegesis.
Yeah, you guys have a similar word for
Tafsir.
Tafsir, yes.
Yeah.
It's a very it has the same root.
Okay.
And so it appears there are people who believe it's the same child. There are people who argue that it's a different child. Again, I mean, it doesn't seem to me incredibly important. But
well, if his name is supposed to be Emmanuel, so and no other child has been identified as Emmanuel, and even from here it's not quite clear. So Christians would argue that it is actually an important point, because who is Emmanuel then?
This is the problem. Like, first of all, we name our children Emmanuel all the time, and similar names, and
right.
This. So Chezi thinks that it was Ahaz's wife, but the fact is, I mean, and this is, it was interesting to me to see that the Quran actually criticizes Jews who say that their rabbis are like gods, because this is one of the places where. So I have this idea, and it comes from Maimonides. So I would like to say that it has good Jewish credentials, that God created Islam and Christianity in such a way that they disagree in a way that makes clear that actually Judaism is true. I'm guessing you wouldn't agree, but so.
You think?
Yeah. So I think I think Islamic ideas, a lot of Muslim ideas about representations of God in the world, go on the other side too far from what Christians say about Jesus. Because in the Torah, there are places where people are called God. In that, they are representing, in that we are created in the image of God. We represent God in the world. And so, these names like Emmanuel or Kel Gibor or, Pele Yoez, all these names, it is because a human being can, through being a worthy and good and righteous human, represent God in the world, and that is a Jewish concept that can easily be misunderstood. I would say in the Christian context, it's misunderstood to the point where they will say Jesus was God, which is blasphemous. And I think in a somewhat similar manner, Muslims too much shy away from this idea that we present God in the world when we, like a prophet when a prophet speaks, right, and he says, I am the Lord your God, right? Or when an angel speaks the word of God, right? He is, in a sense, revealing the infinite and ineffable God. And, I realize this is the Salafis who say this, and not all Muslims agree, but there is this idea, at least among some Muslims, that Allah has an actual hand, right? And this is how I think the Muslim idea of God seems to go too far in rejecting the mistakes of Christianity. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I do, but you see, like the way I look at it, and speaking very neutrally, I'm totally going to not speak as a Muslim.
Trying to speak objectively, yeah.
Exactly. Objectively speaking, the fact that there are so many Christians, I'm going to include Catholics and Christians, whether they're of different denominations, practicing, non-practicing, let's throw that aside, right? The fact that there are over 2 billion, 2.3 billion people that believe in a God-man is testament to the fact that this has been taken out of context, even the time of or misunderstood. So even the time of Jesus, when Jesus is being stoned, and they are, accusing him of blaspheming, right? Like you're calling yourself the Son of God.
Okay, so I view what I call the crayon there. What I view the crayon there in terms of the idea that Jesus was actually blaspheming. I think Jesus was saying what it says in the Psalms, Ani amarti Elokim atem, right? I have said that you are gods, right?
Yes.
I think Jesus was presenting the Jewish idea, which is easy to misunderstand, and it's unfortunate. But again, this is why I think there needs to be in the world this kind of right hand, left hand, where Islam makes a mistake in one way and Christianity makes a mistake in another way, and through understanding the points of views of both of them, it becomes clear that actual very difficult, and I do believe that Jewish teaching is difficult, and so I take this from Paul. Actually, he says something similar to this, that right now the pagans are walking in, they're just coming, they're seeing the light through a glass darkly, and so I think Christianity and Islam are, in a sense, introductions to the rest of the world to very difficult and advanced Jewish ideas that eventually, when the Messiah comes, will become clear, and that Christianity and Islam, and this is things Maimonides clearly says, that Christianity and Islam are in fact preparing the world, and if it was just Islam or if it was just Christianity, then it wouldn't be clear, I believe, as it is becoming clear, that in fact the teachings of the rabbis and Judaism is the original teaching of Moses. And I would say, and I don't mean this to be offensive at all, but I understand it is kind of offensive, is that Islam in a very similar way, has misunderstood the teachings of the Torah as Christianity, but like on different sides, and eventually the real synthesis is to go back to the Torah as it was taught at Sinai to the children of Israel.
Right. I understand that, Jacob, but you see, like the as I said, like objectively speaking, okay? The fact that Islam draws like very clear lines, because look, if you refer to somebody as being the son of a person, or like using language, there are only three ways it could be taken, right? A literal son, a biological son, right? An adoptive son, or a term of endearment, right? So basically, because nobody would be referred to as a son in the real world if they're just representatives, right? Because we just, there will be other words that will be like the representatives of kings, right? So
Well,
I do understand that they could be misused, and that's what Islam is preventing, right? That it's better to have not being used as term at all to clear out that confusion, because you guys did not misunderstand it, but there is a large sect of people that misunderstood it,
but
right?
okay, but Fawad, what I would say in response is, yes, I understand you are being very clear, and in fact, in Judaism, when it comes halachically, there's a reason why I am permitted to pray in a mosque, but not permitted to pray in most churches. Maybe Chazi likes to
Correct.
be lenient, but because I would actually say that the Muslim, what I would call a mistake, is preferable to the Christian mistake. But I would say that it's still, if in not recognizing that human beings are in fact made in the image of God, which is a very important and fundamental teaching of Judaism from the very beginning. I mean, this is Genesis 1, right? And it is, I would say, clearly throughout the Hebrew Bible, a very important and clear teaching. And the background of my I don't know if you've seen the background of my
Yeah.
channel, right?
Mhm.
So this idea and the twin commandments, which in Mark 12 is Jesus is quoted, which in Judaism very much, I mean, in the Hebrew, the commandment, the ahavta et Hashem Elokecha, you shall love the Lord your God. The ahavta et l'recha kamocha, you shall love your fellow as yourself, right? Merely the fact that these two sentences start with the exact same word, va'ahavta, right? In Jewish understanding, very clearly links them, and this is a theme throughout Judaism that is fundamental, and the denial of the special character of humanity as children of God. And of course that cannot mean literally, and several times in the Bible it says God has no children, right? Because it is true that if somebody, God forbid, takes this idea and frankly, like, takes the idea of the hand of God, right? It says that God took Israel out of Egypt with beyad chazakah, with a mighty arm. And in Isaiah, it refers to the legs of God, right? The resting place of the legs of God, right? So these misunderstandings are incredibly unfortunate, that someone would, for example, take the idea of the hand of God literally, but at the same time, part of that is in fact the problem of an infinite God being represented to humanity, and that's why this conflict, I would say, is a necessary one for people to understand the Christian point of it and to understand the Muslim point of it. And in understanding both of them, it is a required preparation for understanding the very difficult and advanced theology of Judaism, which as a complete, and I have to say this, as a complete grace God gave to Israel from the very beginning, and in a different type of grace, he did not give it to the other nations from the very beginning so that they could move towards it, right? And that beauty of that the teachings of Moses were in fact given at Sinai, and Israel has been a beacon and a light throughout the millennia for 3,500 years, we believe, right? Has held fast to this very advanced and can only believe. I mean, the idea, like, it blows my mind that it says in Isaiah, and that we have the great Isaiah scroll, which was miraculously found, which is 2,300 years old at least, which says in the it says Beit Tefillati, right? My Beiti Yikrad Beit Tefillah L'Kol Ha'amin. My house will be called a house of prayer to all the nations, right? The idea that 2,300 years ago you could say that about the Temple Mount, and that even 100 years ago, if you said that, people would have laughed at you. But today, like, it is in fact the focus, that the Temple Mount is the focus of certainly the majority of the world, if not the entirety of the world. And so these pure teachings of that were given to Israel as a light and a beacon to the world have spread through Islam, through Christianity, in little ways, in ways that Islam and Christianity then hopefully will be able to show people, not that, God forbid, they are somehow worthless. I would never say that. They were, I believe, and this is what Maimonides said almost 1,000 years ago, and it's amazing to me that it's coming true before our eyes, that Christianity and Islam have been preparing the world to finally accept the teachings of Moses, which the world was not prepared to accept even 100 years ago, but certainly 500, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 years ago.
But you see, that would be after so many Christians have died that have blasphemed by misunderstanding those same books, right? Because the way I look at it, Jacob, how come they don't have that art? I mean, sure, there are many Christian missionaries and these bigots. They try to make these arguments that, oh, even in the Quran there's a concept of Trinity. It's ridiculous, right? It's laughable. But how come they have those arguments with you guys and not with us, where they can make arguments like, oh, Elohim could be plural, Ahad could be plural, because there's no plural of majesty in the Hebrew language, right? How come they can't even find the right verses for us? Because for us, it's like straightforward, very clear, because all you have to do is just go to, Surah Ikhlas, where it's the 112th chapter of the Quran, right? That say He's Allah, the one and only, Allah, the eternal absolute. He begetteth not, nor is He begotten, and there's none like unto Him. It's crystal clear to me from those 4 lines what the concept of God is. Like, there's literally no other way to present what God to somebody, where there'll be left any doubt at all. But when I read the Bible, of course, since you're Jewish, so I would refer to the Old Testament. There are so many things in there where it just does make me question that, okay, it could be misunderstood, because fine, the people at that time, at the time of these prophets, they didn't have much room to misunderstand these things because the prophets were alive and they knew if they were, and that's why, like in the Old Testament, God is condemning the Jewish people because every so often, and that's one of the reasons why God kept sending so many prophets among the Jewish people, I believe, is because they kept straying away from the true path of God, right? Where I know you probably wouldn't agree with this, but Prophet
No,
Ezra,
yeah.
for instance, Ozair, Prophet Ezra, he was referred to as the son of God, just as Jesus. And even there are some rabbis that I've heard of saying that there could have been a particular sect of the Jewish people they actually thought of Prophet Ezra as a son of God, the same way as Christians would think of Jesus as the son of God, right? So that this term son, it could be misinterpreted where it could be blasphemous. So for me, when I objectively think, I'm like, it's better. It's the same thing with alcohol, right? I see so many Christians making this argument, that, just don't abuse it. You can drink it, just don't abuse it. The problem is, the fact of the matter is there are so many people dying because of alcohol. That's one of the very first things a doctor tells you to avoid if you go to a clinic, right? If you're an older gentleman, especially, it tells you stop drinking, right? So if something, and then Islam just clear out, right? It just tells you, okay, just don't drink, right? It's better because so we don't have those DUIs in countries like Pakistan, Saudi Arabia,
Hopefully,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah. But in the United States, you can't make that same argument. In Brazil, you can't make that same argument. Go to any supposed, well, nowadays, there are no such things or such countries as Christian countries. They're all secular. But in the Western countries, you constantly see people dying. So for me, objectively thinking, I'm like, it's better not to drink. Yes, it could have its benefits, but would it not be better not to drink at all? Would it be better not to have these clubs or these bars at all? The society is, much better when you don't have, alcohol and you don't have so much rape going on. You don't have people dying because of these car crashes and people acting stupid. Like in my country, I've never seen somebody, like I do know a couple of people that drink, but just because of the culture norm, they would never come out on the street, being drunk or acting stupid because they know they would get caught, by the police and or somebody would call the cops on them, But I don't
Well,
see the same thing happening over here in Brazil.
Chazi's been waiting to say something. He raised his hand.
Sure.
So
Sure. Go ahead,
you're
Chazi.
muted,
Shalom.
Chazi.
Shalom, brother. How are you doing?
You're muted, Chazi.
Thank God I'm doing well, brother. Well, there's different. You guys were talking about multiple different things. Let me just start from the end. With regards to why not forbid drinking altogether. Judaism in general, both from a historical perspective and then from a educational perspective, has to both curb undesired actions and also allow you to explore tension. So, for example, you gave an example of rape. In the Bible, we have captive of war. We have this term, which is if you're in war and you find one of the women of the places you're ransacking or battling, and let's say you want to take her for yourself, right? So that's in the context of in war and how civilization has developed. There's pillaging and there's rape. Judaism, the Torah comes and says, okay, I could just say absolutely not, but I also know the nature of man. So instead, I'm going to build a system around this. I'm going to say that if you find this so-called woman and you take her, you need to shave off her head. You need to make sure that she's not beautiful, so you're not taking her for sexual reasons. And you need to let her cry for 30 days so you really see the anguish and really make sure that you're happy with the decision you're making. Now, today we could say none of that is acceptable. However, at that time, curbing that kind of behavior and trying to reform it and socialize it in a certain way was one level. Now you can be like, okay, so today, why don't we just say completely no? So let's say with regards to alcohol, again, the Bible comes and says alcohol is happening in certain contexts, which is being used to get to higher states of consciousness. It should be happening during festive times. On the flip side, so as in they're saying, don't have it all the time. And when you are drinking it, it needs to be measured. There's the exact measurement you need to be able to make a blessing on, as in like too little is not enough, too much is going overboard. But if the Nazarite decides to take the Nazarite oath and not have any alcohol anymore at the end of his period, whether it's a month or a year, or depending how he takes his oath, he is required to bring a sacrifice of atonement. And the reason is because while you elevated yourself to a specific spiritual level, you still denied yourself some of the gifts, the worldly gifts God gave you. So again, I think God offers us this amazing world with tension. So, in Judaism, of course, you could have sex, but it's within a context. And there's many things that you could do that the world offers, but they happen within a context. So it turns into a phrase today, like, everything within moderation. I think that's true as long as it's happening within a religious context. So the moderation itself could be a divine or a holy moderation. Yes, you are correct that could cause many tensions and many issues. And there's something about saying, let's just say no alcohol at all. But I think Judaism is trying to, it's almost go back to Adam and Eve. You could have from all these trees, but from this tree you can't have. So it's not saying you can't have, it would have been easier if they just said don't have from any of the trees. But the attitude is that, or from any of the fruits, the attitude is that there is options, but you have to know when is the right time, when is the proper time to do so. There are some sages that say that the sin was that they ate from the tree of good and knowledge of too soon. It wasn't that they weren't allowed to eat from it at all. They ate from it before they were properly oriented. So that was just on that topic. With regards to the confusion in the Bible, Jacob talks about this a lot, about the translations and how these things are being translated into a different language. So a lot of this has to do with how you're reading it in the language it's written in. But you could see this happening already with Korach and Moses. When Korach goes and his crew go to Moses and say, earlier you just said we are all holy. So if we're all holy, then, we're all at your level, Moses. So I'm not even using the concept son, but even within Moses and his people, there was already miscommunication and misunderstanding. And then there are the two sons that are prophesying inside the encampment, and they run to Moses. And again, people are nervous about this and misinterpreting and misunderstanding. And I bring this back to ultimately what Jacob said about Christianity and Islam. And at least the Kabbalah talks about how, like Jacob was saying, there's the right hand and the left hand. And specifically in our context, they put Judaism in the middle as Tiferet. But it behooves us for Islam to understand itself better via Christianity and Judaism, and for Judaism to understand itself better via the prism of Islam and Christianity. But there's a joint conversation that sort of has to happen where we peel off layers and understand each other better. Some of us understanding ourselves better is really seeing the miscommunications and the issues that the Christians have. Now, I don't think the Muslims have a concept like the Shekhinah. Am I correct?
What is that?
That's the Holy Spirit. That's the Holy Spirit.
We not in the same sense that the Christians have.
Right.
For us, the Holy Spirit is Angel Gabriel.
Okay, so it's the angel Gabriel. Now, in Judaism, the Holy Spirit is more abstract than that, and I could see how very clearly that starts becoming confusing for Christians. Now, Jacob was saying how in Judaism we see Islam not as idol worship. That would be true according to some sages about Christianity as well, or certain versions of Christianity. But either way, there's a rabbi in Israel that made a decree that if you see, and I have to deal with this all the time due to my profession, if you see a Muslim praying, you the code or the obligations of prayer, of Jewish prayer, extend to him as well. So you would have to stand around like 4 cubits away from him, not to stand in his space.
6
Now,
feet.
6 feet. Now the interpretation is not because in some of the sages in Judaism, it's because there is the Holy Spirit is in front of him, because the Muslim would say like that's not at all why you need to stay out of my way, because I'm not, my relationship with God is not through also a Holy Spirit. However, me not disturbing your prayer time. So here again would be an example where I have to accept your religion, and I have to have it embedded in my own religion, but not necessarily for the exact same reason. So I think, yeah, conversations like this it behooves us to have more conversations like this.
I totally agree.
Let me add one thing regarding what you said, especially regarding, for example, Christians may have been mistaken for so many years, and Muslims may have been mistaken. I think this is a very fundamental difference in Judaism, in that from the Muslim and Christian understanding, in that we believe that despite the fact that the truth was revealed to Moses to the degree that Moses was able to understand it, we actually believe that Moses himself was not fully capable of understanding, and this is very explicit in Jewish texts, was not fully able to understand the message that he brought. And so this idea that, and throughout Jewish history, and this is very clear in our Bible, and this is one of the things people say, a proof that human beings didn't actually write the Jewish Bible is, if they had written it, they wouldn't have made themselves look so bad. Because really, in the Jewish concept, it is impossible for any human being to reach a perfect understanding of God at all. Even we would say Moses, who is the chief of all prophets and was able to experience God in a way on Mount Sinai, which is beyond basically all the rest of humanity's capability, we would say that Moses himself was not able to fully understand the message that was given to him, and that this is a necessary part of humanity. So like a Christian who, and Krish is in the chat. He comes from a Hindu family, and one of the things which he found very important when he was looking towards Christianity and Islam was the fact that Christianity and Islam, and I'm sure not everyone teaches this, but seems to teach that his parents would be going to hell, right? Because they are faithful Hindus, and his grandparents and obviously he loves his parents, and that's not something he was willing to accept. And frankly, from a Jewish point of view, that's a beautiful thing that he was not willing to accept that, because we believe that God knows the heart of each person, knows the capacity of each person, knows that every person is incapable of fully reaching that level of godliness, because it's simply impossible. And that's why the verse says that a righteous man falls 7 times and gets back up, right? So a righteous man, that is, as a tzaddik, a person who is as righteous as it is possible for a human being to become, it still is somebody who fails to be up to the holiness of God. And that is something which we are not only okay with, we expect. We would say it is impossible. For example, a lot of Muslims, and I think the vast majority of Muslims, would say that Muhammad lived a perfect life, a sort of sinless life, And in a Jewish conception of humanity, that's simply not possible for anyone. We would never say that of Moses. Go ahead, Chezi. You're muted again, Chezi.
I wanted to just say one more thing about that. I'm trying to think how they connect. Okay. Jacob was saying that not even Moses, fully understood or fully grasped, God's intention, so to speak. There is a famous tractate, a famous story in the Talmud where God takes Moses to the study hall to see, it basically takes him into the future. And he sees Rabbi Akiva teaching. And Moses is all the way in the back of the class, like, in the
it says in the 8th seat. So 7 is completion, 8 is beyond completion. He was in the 8th row, it says.
Okay, so he's sitting back and he's watching Rabbi Akiva teach. And he gets very depressed because he realizes he has no idea what they're talking about. And it says like he was weakened. He like felt like I completely can't comprehend any of this level of Torah that they're teaching. And the class ends with Rabbi Akiva saying, and where do we know this from? We know this from Moses. This is Torah Moses from Sinai. And Moses, appreciates that and gets back his strength. And you always looked at that as saying that even Moses doesn't fully comprehend what his message will end up looking like. However, as the generations go by and as we continue to interpret together with this, with this beautiful living Torah, as long as we're tethered to the truth or to our past, there's a truth that remains into it and continues with it. So even Moses finds finds this to be true. And I look at this as even our conversation today is Moses looking back at this little corner, so to speak, and saying, is he happy? Is he realized that the conversation is for heaven's sake? Is it a conversation that is trying to dig in deeper and expose more of God's wisdom? And I connected to, you were mentioning Muhammad. So there's a famous story of Muhammad. I think this is in Medina when there's a battle and one of his close rabbi friends goes out to battle with him. And his rabbi friend that he was very close with goes to the Jewish community and says, we need to go fight. And the Jewish community says, what are you talking about? It's the Sabbath. We can't go fight. And he says, if you don't fight, you are desecrating the Sabbath. What our commandment is now is to fight with Muhammad. Now, that too would be another example where you have, and the Torah has this in religion. It's called Et la'asot le'Hashem hafer Toratecha. There's a time, if it's to embolden God's name, then you also at times need to
unwind.
You need what?
You need to unwind the Torah. You need to
unwind the Torah. You need to basically go against what the Torah commands you because you understand the greater good. So that's why I always say this is a brave space, because the things that are said in these conversations are sometimes heretical, so to speak, traditionally speaking, or sometimes Jacob and I playing with the concepts of Jesus maybe being a prophet but not a god, or Muhammad, those rabbis that say that Muhammad is a prophet or the Quran is divine. These to me are all the next level conversation. You need to be able to hold the tension, and this goes back to not drinking wine at all. You need to be able to hold the tension where I have to feel that I believe my religion is the one true religion, while also realizing that Muhammad could have been a prophet and Jesus could have been a prophet and God could have spoken to them, and their potential Bible and Quran are divinely inspired books. And there are sages. It's not just a man with a hat saying this. There are sages that also say this. But I don't think these things are spoken enough, and this goes all the way back to the confusion. If we want to remove the veil of confusion, it requires getting into the mud and having the real conversations. Sorry, we spoke too much for a while.
Yeah,
not at all.
I have
I'm
a bunch
actually
of other
this.
stuff to say, but I don't. I want to give you a chance to speak.
No worries, guys. I'm thoroughly actually enjoying this conversation. It's my first time on here. I do ask questions on the chat, but I've never hopped on the channel to conversate with you guys. So it's very interesting. A few points in there that you guys mentioned. So Muhammad peace upon him, you mentioned, Jacob, that we believe that he was perfect. So do you mean by that he never made any mistakes, or do you think we Muslims actually believe that he was completely infallible, and do you think that's how we think of the prophets?
Well, I mean, I don't think, certainly not all Muslims believe that, but there is a certain reverence for Muhammad that I have to say it seems so. For example, when I say that Moses did not necessarily, in fact, very clearly, I mean, in Judaism we teach that Moses did not understand fully his own message that he was bringing. I mean, certainly, if we said that of Muhammad, I think at least some Muslims would feel that we were denigrating the prophet.
No, actually, there could be slight confusion there. I do understand your perspective. However, like Muslims and Quran is like no Muslim would actually refute this claim that I'm making, because it's clearly mentioned in the Quran in Surah Abasa, where the Prophet, peace upon him, he turned away from a blind man while he was performing a sermon, and he ignored this blind guy because he was in the middle of the sermon, so he wanted him to at least be able to finish his point before this guy interrupted him, right? And it is during this time where the revelation was revealed that the man that you have turned away from, he may be really close to God, so apologize to this guy, right? And then we have so many other examples, like he woke up late for the prayers, right? And so many other examples. For instance, him promising his wives, because they got together and they asked him, that, okay, you're not going to take any more wives after Aisha, and he said that's fine. And the revelation was revealed that if Allah has not made something unlawful for you, who are you to actually say or make this promise to anybody? And say that you're not going to take yourself any more wives, even though he didn't take any more wives after that. But just the point being, Allah corrected him. And there's so many other examples as such where he made mistakes and he was corrected by God. So by no means we actually claim that the prophets are completely infallible. What we do believe, though, they are not capable, not that they're not capable, but Allah has protected them from making these big sins, such as zina, which is adultery,
we
etc.
also believe that even, I mean, also this is one of the things that gets with Christians. They, for example, the Talmud says anyone who says that David sinned is mistaken, and understanding that in its proper Jewish context, we believe that even when the Bible mentions some sins which seemingly are incredibly grave sins, with regard specifically to David, but also other prophets and figures in the Bible, that it is in fact speaking in a manner to be understood by the general population, and that actually their sins were comparable to such sins for a person of like that. And I have to say, I mean, for example, so I stopped using Quora because I was on Quora and somebody asked a question about Muhammad, and I answered something which I'm sure you will agree was in no way offensive, which was, I said that Muslims believe that Muhammad, that one of the miracles showing that the Quran is in fact of divine origin was that Muhammad himself could not read and write. He was illiterate. And
Correct.
I said this, and it got a bunch of people who upvoted it because a lot of Muslims understood that this was, yes. But it was also reported to Quora, and Quora removed it because it was insulting the Prophet, supposedly. And like, they didn't even let me appeal to say, hold on here, this is very clearly something that I would say most Muslims, if not all, pretty close to all Muslims believe. But at the same time, somebody reported me for insulting the Prophet, for saying something that is in the Quran.
But what was the point of contention exactly? Like, sorry, I missed that.
Somebody, I forget what the exact question was, but what I said was that one of the proofs that Muslims bring that the Quran is in fact of divine origin is this idea that Muhammad himself was not somebody who could read and write.
Yeah, that's exactly what the Quran actually says, that he was the unlettered prophet. So,
right.
Yeah.
And frankly, like, I bring this as an example of, yes, obviously, knowledgeable Muslim would at least not find it offensive that I would say such a thing.
Yeah.
Yet at the same time,
to be honest with you, Jacob, I mean, come on, it's the internet. It's like a bunch of morons out there, They don't know what they're talking about.
I understand. No, but this is an example of, I think, again, kind of like this thing where you were asking, okay, so, how could it be that God, in Islam, we have a very clear prohibition on blasphemy and saying that God has children at all, right? And
right.
So, I mean, and again, I think the proof is actually the existence. So if there was no Christianity, then Islam could much more easily claim that we have the right of it. We like you said, prohibit alcohol, but and in very ways are very strict. And if it was Judaism, which we like, the Torah says we are a small nation and we believe we will always be a small nation and a much greater nation if it was just Islam, this much larger nation, which was teaching a particular thing. But the fact is, there is, in fact, and same thing if it was just Christianity, if there was no Islam. But I think this is part of the miracle of history and the miracle that God has chosen as a way to help teach us the truth of the Torah, which is that, in fact, there is this balance between Christianity and Islam, that despite the fact that we are a very small nation and we will always be a small nation, in fact, within the Torah you find the middle path.
Right, and it's a good point you bring up, but as I said, like objectively speaking, like we humans have a history of pushing the lines. That's why we have traffic signals. Like you could easily say, hey guys, just use your best judgment, let one guy pass and then the other guy passes, just have patience. But we know that that's not the reality, right? And that's why I brought up the example of alcohol. That's why I brought up this that's why we have laws in general. So like it would be great to not somebody break and enter into my house in the middle of the night without me locking my doors. But I know that that's not the reality of the world. So in Islam, we believe in prevention is better than cure, right? Rather than trying to fix something and explaining to people that, hey, this term son of God should not be taken in the literal sense the way you guys are applying it to Jesus, or how in the Greco-Roman world, or in their mythology, you are not considered a hero unless you're the child of God or the son of God, right? So having that entire history, I think this is one of the reasons I believe this is, we Muslims believe that, the world is much better without using this term, because it just draws a very clear line, right? Because we believe that there's nothing like God, and that doesn't really, like, I don't need God to be like me. It actually makes me think, if I am created in the image of God, with all due respect to you guys, or if there's or the pantheists, they believe that we all are part of this divine being, everything around us part of divine being. I think it takes away, for me personally speaking, of course, that it takes away something from the godliness of Allah, because I want this necessary being out there, to be perfect. And I know everything around me, I'm not perfect, you're not perfect, everything around us, we all have our we commit mistakes, and there's always something flawed in us, so as perfect as nature is, there's always some flaw in there that you will find, and God is supposed to be much more exalted than that, right? So
So I would ask you, Fuad, then why does the Quran speak about the hand of God?
oh, the hand of God, see, that's, again, it's the Salafis, they believe something else, but even they actually don't believe it in the same sense as a lot of people take it, right? I'm
I would
quite
hope
neutral
so.
on
I
this
mean,
subject, because this
yeah.
is, this is more, this has more to do with fiqh. And I, by no means I'm a scholar. I'm an average Joe online. I'm researching. I'm learning every single day. But from my understanding, like the way we take it, we say, you know, um, he doesn't have a material hand like you and I have. He doesn't have a shin like you and I have. He doesn't have a foot like you and I have, right?
Of course.
So it is, it's not supposed to be taken in like as a
Literal sense.
material hand in literal sense. Yes,
Right.
right. So
And
for
we would
instance,
say the same thing about Son of God. I mean, obviously,
no, I
we would
totally
say,
understand.
yeah.
As I said, that, like, I would not blame you guys to be using this term,
Mhm.
right? Even though Islam forbids it, right? But like, if you ask me objectively, like, that's never my point of contention with Jewish people, right? Because I know they don't misunderstand it. But that same term, I will argue with a Christian person, because
Christian.
the way they take it is completely different than how you're taking it, right?
I,
So, sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say,
Fazil?
unfortunately, I got to run off, so I wanted to say
Okay,
goodbye
sure.
properly. I was, and you guys should definitely continue this conversation. And Fouad, it would be amazing if you came back and we continue this conversation, because last time you were here, I asked you about some quotes
Yes,
in
yes.
the which I wanted to talk to you about, but we'll talk
Sure,
about that
sure.
some other time.
Absolutely.
However, I
Yep.
am going to say that you said that Islam looks at more prevention instead of trying to cure, and I would say that in Judaism, specifically in Kabbalah, we're talking about a shattered and fractured world, and we are constantly looking for godly sparks to elevate, and in a certain way, sort of to cure. So even the confusion in language, I believe, it behooves us to dig in deep and try to better understand and better define what these things mean. So I'm with you saying, like, but guys, like, you're asking for trouble. Like, there's just confusing terms over here that are just going to lead people off the path. I think it's in a certain way, it's so amazing how far Christianity has come. This is going to sound like obviously very insulting, but from like misunderstanding, they have yet got to such a divine place. So it behooves us to now, to chisel and chip and see, like, where can we actually find the truth over here. But on that note, Gentlemen, have a great day and or good night. And
Shalom,
we'll talk.
brother. Thank you
Shalom.
so much. Was a pleasure talking to you, brother. All right, man. Have a great day. Take care. All right. So continuing there, what were you talking about?
We were talking
Totally.
about
Oh
the
yeah,
use
the
of
hand
the
of
word
God.
hand.
Okay. Right. So the way we put it, that's why you will see a lot of Muslims actually saying, the way like he has a hand the way it befits his majesty, right? So that's sort of, so for instance, like in English, we use the term like the face of coin, correct? Like I'm not a native speaker, so if I make a mistake, please do correct me,
No.
right?
Well, that was my point, Fuad. That, like,
Yeah.
yes, in order to speak about God, we use anthropomorphic languages because that is I believe the only way we can possibly speak about God, and obviously anything we say about God, because He is an infinite God and He is completely unlike, and you're absolutely right that the Quran and Muslim tradition is far more strict in correcting what I see are very important mistakes of Christianity, and that's why certainly my channel, like the one of the reasons I am engaging more with Muslims and trying to bring Muslims into the conversation is because I think Islam in fact has a lot to teach Christians, and Christians have a lot to teach Muslims. But again, that's because I believe each of these religions have half of the story.
Correct. And I as I said, like I do understand where you're coming from, but as I said, like to us in Islam, the true monotheism is the key essence of the main message that all the prophets throughout the history sent. And as I said, this is what separates us from the Christians, because
I would say also
we have all the prophets.
From
Go ahead.
Judaism, I would also say that separates, because while certainly monotheism is very important to Judaism, when Jesus talks about the twin commandments, right, the love of God and the love of man, right?
Yes.
I would say possibly, the Christianity in its love of humanity and respect for humanity may in fact be pointing to, in Judaism we have these twin commandments, which is love of God and love of your fellow man, and so I see a deficit there in too much removing the holy nature of human beings as children of God, obviously not literally, but in Muslim theology.
So in Islam we have these terms that we use, the huququllah. Hukuk are like rights, right? The rights of God and rights of fellow men, right? Of humans. So of course, the way I would love, and there's like so many verses throughout the Quran and so many hadith that you will find, where a prophet constantly encouraged us to, love our fellow human beings, help them out, give zakat, give charity, treat our neighbors nicely, our wives, our relatives, our parents. There's a great stress on, treating your parents nicely, your children with kindness, So that theme is throughout. But, when we talk about worship, because I think it's like, like with all due respect, I don't think that's your intention, but it seems like you're conflating the issue because, or at least that's how it came across to me, because when I say the love of God, that doesn't has to be in the same sense that I would love, for instance, my wife, right? Because when I say I love Allah, I love him and I worship him because of all the blessings he has given me and the fact that he created me for that purpose, and the fact that he's the only one worthy of worship.
Well,
So it's
worship,
in a different
yes.
sense.
Well,
Yeah.
worship, yes, but
But we sort of
in
put
Judaism, we would
Sorry.
say that your love of God should, in fact, is reflective of, and in a very similar. I mean, the commandments are the twin commandments, as Jesus says, of loving God and loving your fellow. They're we believe that these two are intimately interconnected.
Okay. So, again, like for instance, the way I would love, like, I love my cat, but that
Well,
doesn't mean I would love my cat the same way I
well,
love
okay, so
my wife,
no, so we would say that that's part of the fact that your wife is in the image and, in a sense, a child of God, whereas a cat obviously is not.
But I thought the Old Testament says that only man was created in the image of God, not woman.
No.
Just kidding.
Actually,
Just kidding.
Genesis 1, it very clearly says that when God created man, he created him in his image. He created them male and female. So yeah, it's actually one of the proofs I use that Jesus could not have been a complete representation of God, because in Judaism we believe you're only half a soul until you get married.
Got it.
Yeah.
So so yeah, I do understand what you're saying there with the love, but as I said, the love, because language, because to me it's sort of, I wouldn't say it's semantics, because I do understand, but like language, it's very restrictive at times, right? That's why, like, me saying I love you to my wife would be very different than me actually showing that I love her. Correct? So if I'm really far away from her and I use these words and I say I love you, that'd be way different than me actually be physically present, and demonstrating my love to her in like these small little things that I do for her, helping her out around the house, or bringing her flowers, or however, so so it's just like when we say I love you, like, or when we love something or we love someone, what do we mean by that? That's where the issue lies. As I said, the love that I have for God is in a different sense than it is for my wife, but that doesn't mean that I don't love my wife. Yes,
Well,
the love that I have for God is way beyond, because I think, even if I'm not mistaken, even in Bible, it says that you have to love God more than your fellow human beings. Again, I may be completely wrong over here. I'm a new
that's
student.
That's
or maybe
so,
it's only in the New Testament.
You're kind of making my point. My point for me, because I completely agree with you that we show our love
Differently,
more than simply saying it. Although, I mean, one thing Jews and Muslims agree is, since the words of God, and we believe the Torah was given in Hebrew, and those are the words of God. So because God spoke them, the words are exact in the original language in a way they can't be in translation. But so we would say, and in fact, this is something that Christians have in their Bible, whereas we have it from our rabbinic tradition, this idea that we show our love of God by, in fact, showing our love to his children. And so when you do kindnesses to your wife, you are in essence, because it is impossible for us to physically do anything for God, obviously, because everything is his. That is the way, and it's funny that, like, I'm thinking of verses in the Christian Bible where Jesus says this directly, right? That you show your love of God by your love of your fellow human being, and that is very much connected to this idea within Judaism that like that it half of the message is love of God, and the other half of the message is love of your fellow man. And yeah, I mean, again, to me, it just seems you're reiterating this thing of there is a Muslim message which is beautiful and correct in as far as it goes, and there's a Christian message which is beautiful and correct in as far as it goes, but it takes a combination of the two to actually come to what I would say is the more advanced understanding, which is actually the Jewish understanding of a very difficult situation that in history, we as human beings are only arriving, and I believe we are approaching the times of the Messiah, when things are far, far better and clearer. I mean, I don't believe most Muslims have this idea, but in Judaism, we have this idea of progressively the world becoming more and more capable of understanding God's message and being prepared increasingly with each year that goes by, each day that goes by, becoming more and more sanctified to the point where, in fact, it will be the world as God intended it originally.
Right. But so what I would say to that is, there are different magnitudes of love, like from my understanding in our lives, because it's impossible. Like we have, do you have children? If you don't mind me asking. Okay.
God forgive me. I have failed completely in the commandments to get married and have children.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Don't know if I should say it. Sorry.
No, look, it's a fact of life that I am a very, very, very not. I'm not very good at being Jewish.
Okay. So anyways, if you ask any parent, I don't have any children of my own, but I've had many conversations with people about this. No honest parent would say they love their children in the exact same way. They say it, yeah, I love all my children, but when you really put them, well, we should, but we can't. It's like humanly not possible. We always have a favorite one, So there are different magnitudes how we love, like between our parents, generally speaking, you always are more, connected to or more intimate with your mother in that sense than you would be with your father, right? Because it just, that's how God created us, right? But I have seen in certain cases where, you're a lot closer to your dad as compared to your mother. So it's just always that distinction. And when I see that, like my wife is really lovely. She takes care of me. She cooks. Whenever I come back home, there's a nice meal ready for me. Even if she has to wake up in the middle of the night, she would do that. She would be awake if I'm, away from home and out of town, and she would wait for me. Making sure that I'm fed. If I wake up late, if I take medicines, she would wake me and give me medicine. By all means, she's like, a dream wife to have,
You are blessed.
Yeah, I'm very blessed. Alhamdulillah. I'm really blessed when it comes to that, and especially like, in 2023, that's a very rare thing if you actually find. And on top of that, in the West, like, again, no offense to anybody on here that is from the West, but everybody would agree with me. It's difficult to find a woman like that. And so when I see all of that, like I want to reciprocate, but it's not in the same sense that I would do that for God, because I know that with her human capabilities, it's impossible for her to do all that for me that God has done for me. We believe that we will not enter into Jannah because of our actions, but rather it's one of the factors, but it's due to his blessings. right? There are many examples of that, right? That he asked one of the prophets, I forget his name, I think it was Prophet Idris, Enoch. I forget, may Allah forgive me if I'm actually, not remembering the correct prophet, but, he asked him that, and he was a very righteous prophet. Of course, he used to fast, every other day, for so long, and very righteous man, always used to give charity to poor people and whatnot. And so he knew he was a righteous human being, and following the commandments of God. So God asked him, do you want me to let you enter into Jannah because of, or to heaven, to paradise, because of your actions, because of your righteous deeds, or because of my blessing? So, he took a little time to think, and he thought, that since he's such a righteous man, he said, because of my righteous deeds, So the moral of the story is, like, I forget the entire detail after that. It's been such a long time, but I'm trying to catch up
This
these
is
days
from
on
the
my
Quran?
Quranic side. I think this is mentioned in the Quran briefly, and then I will dig up the verse for you, and then the detail is given in the Hadith, if I'm not mistaken.
That's
But
interesting. Okay.
but
Yeah.
I will dig it up for you. So the moral of the story is that when the comparison was done, right, his righteous deeds didn't even get to his eyebrows, right, of how much God has blessed him. Because if you really think about it, we normally don't think about how important eyebrows are, because when we sweat, that is exactly what protects the sweat from coming into our or dripping down into our eyes, right?
Ask somebody with alopecia; they will tell you how important
There you go.
eyebrows are. Yes,
exactly, right? So there's a moral story in there that we can never match God's blessings, right? No matter what we do, like, ask anybody that doesn't have an eye. Ask him if they had $1 billion, would they be willing to give away the $1 billion, and have their eye back, without taking even a split second? They would say, yes, here's all, my $1 billion, give you my eye back, So we believe that, and of course, if you give $1 billion away to somebody, they'll be sitting there counting their money. Rather, we theists, we actually sit there and we would like to thank the person that gave us that $1 billion. In this case, of course, I'm referring to God, right? That it's not matchable. It's when we really think about it, because we take all these things for granted, and there's like a small nail, when it chips off, like how much it hurts, right? So there's nothing, I believe, that my loving wife, as loving as she is, that she could possibly do it. It's because even if she tries, she wouldn't be able to match what God is capable of doing for me, or what he has done for me. So that's one of the reasons why, as I said, like, I love my cat, or I would love my dog, because if we're sad, they sit right next to us, and we see how caring and loving they are. All they need is just water, shelter, food. That's it, and they're at times, they could be more loving to us than human beings, because human beings always want something in return. I know that my wife, as loving as she is, I know that if I don't love her the same way, she might continue loving me for a long time, but I know she will nag one day and say, that, hey, like where's the love? But I don't see my cat ever complaining about that. But that doesn't mean that I'm going to love my cat the same way I will love my wife ever, But just, again, a very interesting conversation, Jacob. But it's like almost 4:00 in the morning over here in Brazil. So I'm going to have to let you go. But, very interesting conversation. Thanks for having me. And my apologies to to you or anybody that offended, to Christians or Jewish people.
Honestly,
Yeah.
you're incredibly nice, and I was trying to be nice when I usually. I'm
Thank you,
I'm
brother.
actually a
You
very
were.
crude person, and so
Don't worry about it, man.
usually I don't try so hard, but I figured you're being so nice, I should be nice as well. But go to bed. It was very
Yeah.
nice speaking to you. You're always
Thank
welcome.
you so much, brother.
You're welcome on my Discord server if you would like to join.
Sure, definitely.
There's a link in the description, and
Okay.
I look forward to speaking to you again in the future.
Likewise, brother. Thank you so
Okay.
much.
Good
Thank
night.
you. All right, shalom. Good night.
Shalom. Yeah, so that was an interesting discussion. I have to say that towards the end, I kind of felt like he was in a sense making the point for me, because yeah, obviously God gives us everything, and no human being can give us anything. I mean, what does it mean for a human being to give us something, since that's everything that every human being has is what God has given them. But I mean, theologically, in a Jewish understanding, I would say that that's particularly why we have to love human beings, not because of what they are capable of doing or deciding to do for us, but rather it has to be almost purely because of, and I joke with some of my friends, I tell them I love them, but only because God told me to, and only because God loves them, because they are a child of God and they are my brothers and sisters, because we are children of God. So yeah, that was an interesting thing I was thinking while he was speaking. Okay, it is almost 11. We've been going for a good 2 hours. If people would like to join, apparently Bazani is also going to sleep. This was a question for him. I'm guessing, do jinn have free will? And those things aren't in competition. Fawad needs to check the Veriki clip on Agape. Yes, jinn and humans are two creations of God that have been given free will. In Judaism, we believe that only human beings, and that is actually one of the ways we understand free will in Judaism is we understand being made in the image of God is that in fact God has, because God has free will and we have free will, that is in a sense how we are in the image of God. Obviously, there's no comparison. But yeah. So if anybody's going to join, we can talk more. Otherwise, I'm just going to sit here quietly for a while. Thanks. Happy. Hey, Roman. I'm not sad. How are things in the Philippines? If you're still listening. That was 7 minutes ago. What do you mean still on? It hasn't even been 3 hours. I've had a 7-hour stream before. If nobody shows up in the next 10 minutes, I'm going to stop streaming. Oh, there should be a link. There... Oh, I didn't. I did what I failed to do was pin the link. So that might be why people are not joining. But there should be a link. Somewhere. No. What? There's no link? There had to be a link. Did I... How... Well, here's another link. And now it's a pinned link. And Fuad went to sleep. It's late there. He lives in Brazil, so it was like, it's 3 a.m. there right now. I'm guessing he lives on the east coast of Brazil. Brazil's a pretty big country. Did you see what Recep Levy posted just hours ago, or maybe even just minutes ago? This is gonna blow up. I'm hoping. Let me show Recep Levy's explosive video. There. Yes, that is the invite link in Trevit Ducks. Oh, sorry, I didn't read what you wrote. 7 hours, holy smokes. Yes, we do stuff like that. What else do you focus on aside from Hebrew? Your description says other things, and I'm curious. My boyfriend knows some Hebrew. His mother definitely does. Baha'i, though. Well, we actually have a lot of ecumenical discussions here, and lots of my family is Baha'i. One thing I think is interesting is that the children of Baha'i mothers are automatically Baha'i, same as Judaism. Yeah, kind of. I mean, I know. Well, it just hit midnight, and so while I am interested in talking to you about...
Hi.
Is this...
My
you
name
guys
is Recep
hearing this?
Levy, and since 2006, I'm a faculty member at MIT in Cambridge, Massachusetts.
So this guy
I have
is...
more than 30 years of experience as a practitioner and an academic in using data and analytics to assess and manage risk, particularly in the context of health systems, health policies, as well as the management of safety and quality of manufacturing of biologic drugs. I'm filming this video to share my strong conviction that at this point in time, all COVID mRNA vaccination program should stop immediately. They should stop because they completely failed to fulfill any of their advertised promise regarding efficacy. And more importantly, they should stop because of the mounting and indisputable evidence that they cause unprecedented level of harm, including the death of young people and children. I personally became concerned with the vaccine safety around middle of 2021, when it became known that the mRNA vaccines cause myocarditis and inflammation of the heart. Since myocarditis is known to be hard to diagnose because it often has vague symptoms or can even be subclinical with no symptoms, it's also known to be a frequent cause of out of the hospital sudden cardiac arrest, especially among young people. I was very concerned that it will not be detected by the existing vaccine safety surveillance systems. Motivated by that, we decided to analyze the Israel national EMS data to see if there are any signals of increased out of the hospital adverse events. The analysis of the EMS calls and diagnosis data from 2019 throughout the first half of 2020.
Hello, Intrepidus Ducks. You are muted.
Oh, yeah, I muted myself because you were playing your video.
But you're more important than the video.
I don't know. Every streamer's different.
Yeah, I understand. So, who are you? Where are you? How'd you find me?
I'm browsing Twitch right now. Just kind of poking around, and I'm in Arizona.
Oh,
Um,
not so far from me.
oh, okay.
I'm in Los Angeles.
Where are you?
Los Angeles.
Oh, yeah, you're next door, basically. I'm just poking around. I'm a new streamer, so I'm normally a forums nerd. So, oh,
Chazi is a friend of mine from Jerusalem.
Hello.
hi.
And he just got a phone call. That's what happens when Chazi gets a phone call. We lose
Oh,
his.
okay.
Yeah, he's on his phone. You said you're a forums nerd?
Yeah, so I'm normally the media I use is just internet forums. So I'm doing like Kava forums mainly.
What forums?
Kava forums.
What's that?
It is for people who are into Kava root. Yeah,
Kava root.
yeah.
So nutritionally or medicinally or?
Part medicinally and part just for fun.
Okay.
I
I don't know much about Kava root.
Yeah, I have interesting hobbies, I guess. I really into botanicals, and I feel like we have used alcohol too much in our country. So it's a good alternative that doesn't affect your judgment.
My opinion regarding regulated things is anything that is less detrimental than alcohol should be legal, and alcohol is pretty damn detrimental.
Yes.
Yeah,
It truly is.
Yeah. The alcohol. I've kind of last semester I took some courses in substance abuse counseling, and I am very interested in and this little corner. So you have no idea where I'm coming from. So I'm part of something that we affectionately call this little corner of the internet, which is a bunch of YouTube channels, and there's a lot of discussion around cognitive science and religion. And so we have a very ecumenical, so my channel is very Jewish, but there are other channels and yeah, well, my channel is pretty Jewish. A lot of the people in this little corner are Christian or Buddhist. We have some Muslims, not much. A lot of former atheists, some current atheists, not many. Some non-theists, and Yeah, so how have you heard of Jordan Peterson?
Yes, sadly.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that because like we're pretty big on Jordan Peterson in this
Oh,
local.
really?
Yes, yes.
Really?
That lobster is my little sign that I am part of the lobster crew. So we're actually almost everybody in this little corner is big fans of Jordan Peterson. Yes.
Really? That's interesting. I've seen a lot of his videos on YouTube, and there's like parts that I'll be like, all right, I'm with you, I'm with you. And then there's always something that I disagree with to such a strong point that I'm like, okay, I'm done with this video now.
Okay.
So usually it's more about my issues I have with him are about sexism,
Okay.
but not I mean, the religion part I kind of just disregard because I don't care what other people believe so much with that.
Mhm.
Oh, one moment, the dog needs to go out.
Okay, no problem.
All right, I guess he's going to take a while, so he will yip when he needs me to come open the door again.
Well, we are big fans of dogs, at least on my channel.
I see that in your picture. You have a picture of you and your dog there.
Well, yeah, well, Duke passed away. I also, when Happy comes and lies on this bed here, I turn on my doggy cam. Happy's my current dog. So,
Oh,
yeah. Um, so, one of the big things here is we're very, very big on being a brave space and having open and truthful conversations where we try to understand each other, not necessarily really change each other's minds. Like, so I would be interested in discussing whatever you want to discuss. But we can certainly discuss Jordan Peterson if you like, or if you don't like, we can discuss something else.
well, I'm not up to scrap on him because I haven't watched his stuff lately. My mind has been elsewhere.
Where has your mind been?
It's been on a combination of fiddling around on Twitch
Mhm.
and blade sharpening and like kind of craft type stuff. And I don't mean knitting, I
Mhm.
mean like things I can sell.
Mhm.
So my boyfriend owns a knife shop, and I just finished a bladesmith class in December, And now I've gotten really good with grinders, and I can grind down stuff, and I can do sharpenings really well. And people are wanting me to do all this other blade work. I don't have the right grinders for it. I have two projects happening.
Mm-hmm.
I've got a setup for Kydex sheets underway. Are you familiar with those? Kydex is kind of like that plastic that you can custom mold to a blade. A lot of people use it for gun holsters. I'm not a gun person, but that's what I'm told. And but the thing is it's like a special kind of lock-in technology when you custom mold it to a knife.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can like cut it out and shape it and add rivets and add whatever clips you want. And then
Mm-hmm.
the people who are into that can like, Rambo strap it wherever they want. And they have a knife that will hold and not fall out. But they can still pull it out when they need it. So I've got that set up, and then I've got also another project of like CBG extracts.
What's CBG?
It's hemp. It's a CBG is a cannabinoid in hemp,
Mm-hmm.
and so I've discovered for myself. I mean, other people already discovered this, but CBG is really useful for inflammation in your gut. And
Yeah, I
really
think I
helped.
vaguely remember something about that. Yeah.
Yeah, it really saved me early last year when I went flying off of an e-bike. I hit like a bump funny, and something broke. It was the caliper on the brake.
Mm-hmm.
Broke and jammed up my wheel, and I went like I hit this funky sidewalk that was like this.
Mm-hmm.
And when I landed, it locked up the whole bike, and I went skidding up a driveway
Mm-hmm.
and then flipped and skidded some more and tore up my knee
Oy.
one day before starting a new job.
Oy.
So it's like, the leggings will hold the wound together. It'll be fine. And got myself home. And, but after that, of course, I was in lots of pain. I never went and saw a doctor because I didn't want my new job to hate me. So I ended up taking lots of CBG, and it helped a lot.
Okay, so I'm actually a health insurance agent, and one of the really good things about, well, kind of, I mean, it's still, especially in Arizona, depends how large your employer is, but if they're a large employer, it's not as bad as it used to be when you would go to the doctor and your employer would start hating you. So there's been some advance in so if you're getting your health insurance through your employer, it used to be a lot more problematic, and employees used to have to worry about their employer hating them for not being healthy a lot more than is the case over the past 10 years. And that hasn't really, like, that news hasn't really disseminated in the general public, I feel.
Do the people that you end up working with, that you get this information from, what kind of jobs are they? Like what area?
So I actually represent pretty much every health insurer in Los Angeles County, and the regulations of how pricing works has changed. So it used to be that your employer, and it's very complicated, I mean, exactly with your employer, and it does depend how large your employer is. But it used to be like if your employer was 10 to 20, maybe even 50, right? then you would end up getting rated based on the claims that your own employees put into put in. And so like you had an employee who would go to the doctor and suddenly everyone's rates would go up and everybody would be like, yeah, right? In 2014, they changed the laws so that rating isn't as specific as it used to be. There's more community rating, and so the impact on the prices to your employer is not. The whole pricing structure has changed.
That's interesting.
And precisely the type of the type of worry you had, which a lot of people very rightly had, is part of why the laws were changed, which for the better. I mean, like it's funny. I'm as a conservative Republican, I don't give Obamacare any more credit than I need to, but it's done a lot of good in the world.
Well, I mean, at least it's helping someone. Shoot. I know a lot of people felt like it was like making them fall through the gaps, but hopefully that can be fixed.
Yeah. I
For
mean,
me, it was more that I didn't want to be the flaky new person.
mhm.
And I never did get health insurance from them because they were so small.
Mhm.
But it was more about losing. Oh, the dog's yipping.
No problem. Hey, Fuzzy. You're muted, Fuzzy.
Hey man, I really enjoyed the conversation you had with Fawad. I'm glad that he hopped on because I have seen him before just on the comments, but it's good. It's good that he wanted to join on. It was a good conversation. It was happening very lovingly. So those are all good conversations.
Puppy! Yeah.
The arrow.
Well, I am not an I am only licensed in California, but if you want, sometime we can privately talk about your individual situation, because I'm guessing there might be things available to you so you don't have to worry about going to the doctor. Because, yeah, lots of things have changed.
Very nice of you, Jacob.
Yes.
Well, this is what I do.
So this is my thing, man.
But generally, with the changes in Obamacare, if your income is low enough, and depending on your particular situation, like it's no longer what it used to be, which was if you made below a certain amount, you got Medi-Cal, and if you made above a certain amount, you just didn't. There's a gradation now, so that you get assistance, so that the cliff isn't exactly as bad as it used to be. So if you don't qualify, well, here it's called Medi-Cal. In other states, it's called Medicaid. Even if you don't qualify for Medicaid, you quite likely qualify for a tax credit that would help you buy insurance. And so, especially if your employer is not offering you insurance, you should be receiving. Well, it depends. I mean, if you are not married, as a single individual, when you file taxes, if you're earning less than $50,000 a year, especially if you're self-employed, you should be getting tax credits and assistance by getting health insurance.
Yeah, that'll happen next year. because last year it was partial with one company, and then I was able to be on state. My struggle with state is that it doesn't cover providers with usable availability.
Yeah.
So I end up paying out of pocket sometimes, which I then just report and
Yeah.
say, "Hey, I paid for this," and or if the state won't put it into the whatever their fancy formula is, I'll just put it on my taxes. I'm like, here's my medical receipts. So because that's a very real thing for sure.
Are you somewhat rural, or are you in an
No.
urban area?
No, and I'm not a person who is concerned about somebody like finding out who I am because I work in a shop that is filled with weapons. Like I'm fine. So like, there's like throwing axes on the wall. Like I'm good.
Before I forget, there's somebody in this little corner of the internet who is a knife smith and has been for a while. We call him we call him Four Cult Nick because he was in 4 cults before he got involved in our cult. We jokingly call ourselves a cult.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah. So if you hang around in this little corner long enough, you might encounter 4 Cult Nick. Mostly things are on YouTube. I still stream to Twitch because I've met several interesting people who've become friends. And even though almost nobody watches me on Twitch ever, like there's at least 2 people who are good friends of mine. In fact, I'm going to go visit them. I'm driving all the way up to Washington State to visit them. Who I met through Twitch. So, yeah.
I love it when stuff like that happens. That's great.
Yeah.
Jacob, are you driving up just to see them, like just to chill?
Yes.
That is very nice of you and tremendous amount of effort that you're putting into this little corner. But I also think it's great that you're transitioning from online to real life, so to speak. So I think that's very much commendable.
That's Paul Vanderklay's big thing. So Paul Vanderklay is kind of like our cult leader, kind of.
What's with all the cults? It's not a cult.
It's not a cult. But I like calling it a cult. I think it's funny. But so that's, I mean, a big part of what I've been trying to help is to take this little corner of the internet and make it less internet and more actually meeting people. And this is going to be my 4th road trip in 2 years. And it's been some of the greatest fun I've ever had. No, actually 5th road trip because I also came to Arizona for Cassidy's and Ferdy's wedding. So they met through this little corner. It's our 2nd wedding.
That's awesome. That's really great.
How did you end up in this corner?
I'm just a curious human. I'm new to Twitch. I've been streaming a bit, and I find that it's best to try to make friends in new areas that you're exploring. And so I go to the streams that are less active where you can actually interact with the people and see if they're friendly. Most of the time they're not. But I have made one friend already. So yeah, there was like a nice lady who gave me her phone number and has been like telling me how to like do different things, which is great. So it's possible.
When you say they're usually not nice, I this is like, not this specific stream, but this is like, I haven't ever been on a community online, but what are you, when you say they're not so nice, just because like they're very insular, or they're like, actively not nice? Like they tell you to get off, or they just you feel like no one's really engaging with you?
So insular, I would have to Google that word because my brain is dead at this point. But I'm guessing you mean like dismissive.
Well, I would say like are they dismissive, or are they
tribal.
yeah,
Oh.
is it just more tribal that like like is all people talking about Pokemon and you're like, okay, I have nothing to do over here? Like, is it because of like the context of what the stream is, or just in general you find that people online seem to not be the most friendly?
Well, what I'm seeing is that I just skip over the game ones because I don't care. I have children and I have to hear that anyway, and I'm just like, no, no, no. And I game, but I just don't want to hear it. So, and then I see the ones where there's like people who are in bikinis or whatever, which, while that's very amusing, not my thing. I'm like, wow, okay. Anyway, moving on, and just keep scrolling. Then there are people who are very tribal, and most often what I'm seeing, aside from the whole tribal thing, is people who are drinking.
On
People
And
who are what?
Twitch, there's a lot of people drinking on Twitch.
there's a lot of people who will get with their friends on Twitch and get. Are you allowed to curse on this stream?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Get shit faced, and they think that they are having a good time and that they are something fun to watch, but I disagree. But also, I'm kind of like mostly against alcohol, and I just really don't appreciate drunk people most of the time. So that's just my bias. So I'm like, oh, okay, these guys are a little too far gone in the liquor. I'm moving on, and it's definitely not on purpose at that point. But it's just me. No, thank you.
Yeah, we don't actually tend to interact with Twitch much. Most of the community is on YouTube. I've started streaming to Twitter, and there are people who seem to be watching on Twitter, and a lot of the community is on Discord and other things, including meetups. Actually, but it's a very varied community. So like you found a little corner of this little corner, but it's there. There are definitely, I think, different parts that you might like more. But yeah,
I like diversity, and that's what I'm striving for on my channel. I really like diversity. I think it's good for.
I was really interested in you said you're Baha'i. Were you born into being Baha'i, or?
I was not. I'm a military kid.
Okay.
I mean, obviously not a kid anymore. Hopefully, it's obvious. But I converted him when I was like 23, if I remember right.
Mm-hmm.
But I spent elementary school in Japan. I was born in Germany. I spent some time in the Middle East.
Where in the Middle East, perhaps?
Kuwait.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was there during 9/11.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I was a teenager,
Mm-hmm.
and my father was doing secret squirrel work.
Okay.
And I was there, and then my school had bomb threats, so that was
Yeah.
stressful. So shortly after that, we came back to the States.
Mm-hmm.
Where are we going with this?
I was asking you how you came to be Baha'i.
Oh, right. So my experience in Japan, my mother had me baptized, which that's not the right word. I don't know the word, but in Buddhism.
Okay.
We made friends with some people who owned a temple, and I was the first white person to go through that ceremony in that city, Misawa, Japan. This was in the 90s, and it meant something to me. And so I continued to learn about Buddhism and other religions. And I just didn't really feel like, I mean, Buddhism isn't, in my opinion, isn't really a religion. Buddhism is a methodology, a philosophy, it's not, from what all I've seen and read, it's not about God, because they don't attempt to talk. They feel like they're like, we are so small compared to God that we cannot possibly even try to pretend we can like go there. So we're just going to work with what we got here, and we're going to show or tell how we think you should be dealing with what's happening here on Earth.
Mm-hmm.
So that's not, it's different things. So when I was like maybe 21, one of my best friends who I went to school with in Japan, suddenly we're in the same city in a different part of the world. And we're like, oh my God, how did this happen? And she was wearing a Baha'i star necklace. And I was like, well, what's this? Tell me about this. And she told me, and I went and looked it up. I was like, oh my gosh, this is matching what I feel is true, value-wise. I still feel that way, probably like 98, 99%. There's a couple things where I'm like, maybe, but I don't think there's anything that's going to be like exactly perfect anyway. So I eventually converted, and I've just stayed that way. I'm not very good with the regular prayers. I'm not very good with the holidays because I wasn't raised in a religious manner. However, the values are important to me, and so is the community.
So are you involved? I feel stupid for not knowing this because I do have a lot of Baha'i family. I'm Persian, so
Okay, that makes
yeah.
sense.
Yeah, and a lot of the initial converts to Baha'i were Jewish, and so my maternal grandmother was the only member of her family who did not become Baha'i. So that entire side of the family is Baha'i. So do you go to weekly meetings? Are you very involved in the community?
No. I have Baha'i friends.
Mm-hmm.
So when I went through my divorce, I had a Baha'i marriage.
Mm-hmm.
And when I went through my divorce, they sent me people, like the local spiritual assembly was like, here, talk to these people who are wiser. And I still talk to some of them. And then they have referred me to other Baha'is.
Mm-hmm.
My eldest son is special needs, so that has kept me from doing that. And now I don't have him full time anymore. His father has him, but I'm just involved in trying to like establish a career at this point, instead of doing the mom care thing. So, I'm 37. I'm like, I need to hurry up and make money. Can't mess around.
That's really interesting to me, though. Especially we've recently been having some discussions around this divorce, particularly in this little corner. One of the things we talk a lot about in this little corner is wisdom. So I would be really interested to hear, like, was that useful to you? That did you feel supported by the community through your divorce?
Oh, yes. Big time. Yeah. Yeah, because I don't have family that's very close with me, and I have no family in the state.
Mm.
So when I separated, uh, I didn't have a whole lot. Like they were bringing me furniture I needed. Uh, they were, kind of checking in. Like they were always trying to include me. Which even if I couldn't go, which was often due to having a high needs child, just them inviting me meant a lot. Um, yeah, it made a big difference.
Wow, that's beautiful. That's
Yeah.
absolutely beautiful. Yeah. And you said so. You talked to some people who I guess they were elders in the community, and made friends, or.
Yeah, so I'm still friends with one woman. Her name is Winona.
Mhm.
And, I remember one time, I'm like thinking back to years right now. So maybe 2 years after my initial reach out, I had an emergency appendix
Mm.
and I was just screwed.
Mhm.
Like, I drove myself to the hospital because I have like a back injury and I couldn't, like, the appendix pain was not worse than the back pain for a very long time. So I just didn't really take it seriously. I was like, I don't know, a thing feels funny. And I drove myself there, and then they gave me emergency surgery. And then they were like, you have to leave. But I was like, still couldn't really fully stay awake after the surgery.
Oh wow.
It was messed up. I couldn't drive home or do anything. Like I was up a creek. And she showed up with another Baha'i. Uh, One of them drove my car home. One of them drove me home. I was so out of it. I'm not quite sure which one drove me home. Um, Went to the pharmacy, got my meds, brought it to me, brought me some soup, and then was like, okay, call us if you need something. Bye. It was just like in my house, like, I had surgery, right? I was just so out of it.
Right.
Oh my God, my meds are here already. How'd that happen? You know?
Yeah. No, one of I had a very similar experience. So in the middle of the night, I went to the bathroom and I tripped and I fell on the toilet bowl and I bruised a rib. And I just crawled back into bed thinking, oh, I'll wake up and hopefully I'll be fine. And I woke up and I could not move at all. Like I just, any movement I made, like, was intense pain. And I called my parents, and honestly, like it took about a week before I was like able to do basically anything. And because of like the intense pain, anytime I did anything, like any movement was just painful. And like I right before then I had been considering moving from Los Angeles, but all my family's in Los Angeles. And I realized that if I had moved anywhere else, like, I have no clue like what I would have done. And this is one of the things I'm constantly saying is an individual human being is not a viable life form. We really aren't.
I mean, like you can, but is it a good life? Not really. I mean, even though I have the support of the Baha'i community,
Mm-hmm.
it's been rough
Yeah.
for a while. I was separated in 2015.
Mm-hmm.
Divorce was finalized in 2016. And then I was just kind of roughing it for a long time in a lot of ways. And now I have help with some different things between moving in with my boyfriend. His mother is a saint. Like, this woman is amazing.
Mhm.
And I'm like, oh, is this what family feels like? This is weird. Like, I've just been used to, like, because if that happened to me, I would just cry until it went away. Like, seriously, like, I'm just been in so many shitty situations where it's just like, SOL, sucks to be you, Tiffany. Like,
Yeah, yeah. It's we bunch up at zero. That's and it's really excuse me, generosity, like when you are able to, and now, like, thank God my life is a lot better than it had been like 10 years ago. 10 years ago, I couldn't, I had panic attacks and I couldn't leave my apartment at all.
oh, so it developed into agoraphobia.
Yeah. And I burnt through all of my savings, and like I wasn't working, and to the point where now I'm back, I'm financially stable, and I'm actually doing stuff, and I'm actually going back to school. Um, yeah, you have to have gratitude. Like, if it wasn't for my friends and family, I would be dead right
Yeah. What ended up helping you aside from their support? Was there like certain things?
now. So certainly, I mean, I got lots of very expensive therapy and lots of very expensive medications. I was my I was spending $2,000 a month on my prescription medications, and that was not money I had. Um, and So I am very thankful for the psychotropics, which helped me a lot, and good therapists. And one horrible therapist I had suggested that I get a dog, and my dogs. So Duke was my dog who actually made it. He ended up being a service dog, and I had him for 6 years, and he basically, like, he saved me, absolutely.
Oh,
And then when he died, I got happy, and was hoping to train her as a service dog, but she couldn't be trained, and so I had to decide whether to get rid of her or to make do without a service dog, and I still have her. So,
hey. Well,
um,
that's really cool. I was actually looking at making mine into a service dog, and a close friend of mine is now on the board of Handy Dogs here locally.
yeah, I worked with an organization called Little Angels in San Diego, and
Okay.
I spoke to their trainer, and frankly, in speaking to their trainer, she was like, "Yeah, you've trained him enough. He's a service dog." I was like, "Yay!"
That's awesome. Good for you.
Well, also he was just an amazing dog. Like, I
What breed was he, or breed mix?
So he was some sort of shepherd mix. Here,
Oh, okay.
I'll bring the picture closer.
Yeah, maybe
He was
shepherd.
45 pounds. Yeah. So,
Yeah.
and he was just amazing. So
If
I
he
had
was shepherd collie, he was probably crazy smart.
he was. So one of my I have a bunch of phrases I say, and one of them is dogliness is next to godliness.
That's cute.
Yeah.
That's cute.
So I love dogs, and they absolutely saved my life. And now that I'm going back to school to become a psychotherapist myself, that's why I'm getting a cat. I haven't actually got the cat yet, but I've got a cat tree, and I started
Just
buying
the
cat
tree.
supplies so that when I get the cat, everything will be prepared.
Don't forget the cat fountain.
Yeah. Oh, do I need to get a cat fountain?
A lot of them end up needing it, even if they don't need it in the beginning, because they're picky, and cats are prone to kidney issues, and the more water you can get them.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to get them to drink enough.
I've heard that. I am a big fan. So obviously Jordan Peterson, but there's another psychologist, also from University of Toronto, named John Vervaeke, who's also pretty big in this little corner of the internet, and he is Buddhist, and he comes from an evangelical background, but he kind of rejected that and became an atheist, and then he became a Buddhist, and now he's a non-theist. And
What does
so-
that mean? Non-theist, like, is
so
that agnostic?
no, he doesn't like. He rejects the definition of God that most people in the United States use. But there are certain definitions of God which the classical, which are pre-Reformation, we're getting really deep into like it. If you let me go, like I'm a history, like the biggest video on my YouTube channel is me talking with an Eastern Orthodox priest for 3 hours about Second Temple Judaism, and so like I will put you to
That's
sleep.
so funny. Well, I was friends with a priest when I was on the Kava forums, actually. So it's cool. I get it, but
I don't want to put you to
hear
sleep with
history
all
of
the theology.
wars, because I've had enough for the moment. But what's his I mean, I think it's kind of cute that he has to like do the non-theist, because I always assume most people don't accept the American idea of God anyway. But maybe you
Right.
just have to like have been like traveled to assume that.
Well, it's not that he hasn't traveled. I think mostly he uses non-theist because he doesn't want to constantly be explaining himself in his own community. He is
Right.
an academic, and he's a very prominent actually academic, and most of his work. So he's a cognitive psychologist, and one of the very important discoveries that he and his colleagues have made is that actually there's not enough cognitive power in your skin to run your body. So you as an individual human being, right, we tend to have this idea that like we are encompassed in our skin. And the fact is that if you are isolated, there's a reason why solitary confinement is one of the worst things you can do to a human being, is because you'll lose your mind. You will actually go insane if you are all alone long enough.
Yeah, I saw studies in Italy that said that seniors being lonely was worse than them smoking cigarettes.
Yeah. Another one of my little catchphrases is an individual human being is not a is not a viable living organism. We outsource our sanity to other people and other things. So part of therapy, like having pets can help you. Actually, you outsource some of your thinking to your pets, believe it or not. And so I am intending on being an advocate for animal therapy because it helps me so much. So
Oh, that's awesome. Some of my closest friends are therapists, and that's actually how I got into Kava. Was a friend of mine was a substance abuse therapist, and he believes in harm reduction, and he was also a big fan of nootropics and botanicals, and trying to figure out like what makes me feel better, do faster, be stronger, think smarter, whatever, just experimenting. And I was like, oh, this is really interesting. Hey, what if we buy different things and just trade off samples to each other and it'll be cheaper and we can try more things, you know? And so we've been doing that for years. And one day I tried kava at his house, and that was just my thing, it turned out. But
so is kava root a psychedelic?
no.
Okay.
No, it's from South Pacific Islands. And it feels more like a little bit like a benzo, but not quite like a real benzo. So it's a muscle relaxer. It's used traditionally at the end of a workday. The community comes together. They have kava, and they just kind of chat and unwind. It's not something that changes your judgment, which I really like. Sometimes it's used for conflict resolution. There's folklore. That's like with you and religion. With me and kava and botanicals, I can just go on and on and on. But actually on my stream, I have a couple really interesting people coming on next week, or rather this week, right? We're on a new week now. So I have a data scientist from Yale coming on.
Wow.
I didn't know he was at Yale until he gave me his email. And then I went stalking. I was like, who is this guy? I knew he did data science. And then it's a French guy in Vanuatu, which is one of the main kava countries. And he exports kava from Vanuatu. So I want to make sure it's like a very varied, that doesn't sound like diverse channel, because I don't want it to be narrow and narrow-minded.
Yeah. So is your channel only on YouTube or also on?
I'm not even on YouTube.
Oh, okay. So it's only Twitch?
It's only Twitch, and then I just share on Discord servers that I'm in.
Well, you're
And
welcome to join my Discord server. There's a link in the. Oh, the
Oh,
link
is there?
is the link is in
No,
the
there's
YouTube description. I'm sorry.
oh, okay.
Yeah. Um, let me put the link somewhere where you can reach it on Twitch.
Yeah, so when I stream, sometimes people from the blacksmith server will come.
Mhm.
So I actually ended up interviewing a guy from Uruguay
Mhm.
who is a blacksmith there. And he was telling me all about his culture, and it was really cool to hear about it because I didn't know anything about Uruguay. So,
I'm just trying to actually log into my Twitch account so that I can follow.
is Chesney a truck driver, or is he just like running errands, or what?
Oh, Chezi. So the thing with Chezi is actually a super busy. He's actually one of the most successful architects in Jerusalem, and so he's super busy and he gets phone calls and stuff, and he's driving around, and that's why he's
And that's why it's daytime. Got it.
yes, but he actually helped. So he's kind of excited. I'm just following your channel. He's excited about this little corner, as a bunch of people are. There's actually 10 people watching us on YouTube right now.
Oh, really cool.
Yeah, yeah, and I think he's trying to be supportive despite the fact he's getting tons of phone calls.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, because he's clearly driving.
Yeah.
And of course, there's like some Baha'i holy spots over there. I don't know why though, because all the holy stuff happened in Iran.
Well, Abdul Baha, so he actually was it Baha'u'llah died in Israel, and so I've been to the Baha'i Gardens in Haifa. They're beautiful.
Really?
Oh, you can see them from the entire city because they're like steps. Have you seen the pictures of the Baha'i Gardens?
I have, yeah.
They're beautiful, and so you can see it from basically anywhere in the entire city. You can look up at the hill and like it's all flowers and stuff. And yeah, it's kind of funny because my family who are Baha'i have to get permission to visit Israel, and
Yeah, you have to be on a list, and
yeah, and it's limited, and it's kind of funny because like we have lots of family, and when the Baha'i family want to visit the Jewish family who live in Israel, they're like, why do you have to leave in 10 days? It's like, we're only allowed to be here. We only got permission to be here for 10 days. I was like, really? But it's, yeah, it's interesting.
yeah.
It actually, I mean, I am grateful for the respect that that they have of the restrictions regarding Judaism in evangelizing, and so the Baha'i religion does not evangelize in Israel at all. You actually cannot convert to becoming Baha'i in Israel.
Really? That's good. That's good because I know.
Yeah.
We try our best to like not be.
Yeah.
You know.
So if you're an Israeli and you somehow learn about Baha'i and decide you want to become Baha'i, you actually have to leave the country in order to convert.
I think that's good though.
Yeah,
It adds a layer of protection there.
yeah, it's interesting that I don't know as much as I guess I should, especially considering how much of my family and some of my family are very, very religious. One of my cousins actually, so she got her PhD, I think in English or maybe it was history, and she is a professor at an online school for Baha'i students in Iran
Oh,
because Baha'i people aren't allowed to go to university in Iran. And so they have this online university so that people can get their degree in Iran even when they're Baha'i, which, I mean, honestly, it's incredible that like you would exclude an entire religion from going to university, but like Iran does that.
well, they were beheading Baha'is.
Yeah.
Not,
No,
I mean, it's very recent. They only stopped for a little bit, and then when the pandemic started, they started again.
so this is one of the horrible little bit memories I have as a child. I was like 4 or 5 years old, and I was walking with my father down the street in Tehran, and this was right after the revolution. And so in Tehran, um, it's not like the streets in an American city. Any home has a wall in around their front lawn and garden, right? Because so that you can't see into their home because it's very private. So like all homes have basically at least a wall that's like 8 or 9 feet tall. So when you're walking down the street, right, you can't actually see into anybody's home or anybody's garden, right? And so we're walking down the street in a residential area, and we get to this house, and the wall had been bulldozed. And the front of the house had been bulldozed. So it was kind of like, you know how doll houses, right? They kind of have the front taken off. So you could just straight see into the house. And there were people living in that house. And I turned to my dad and I said, "What's going on?" And he just said, "They're Baha'i." Some member of the religious police had decided that this was, you know, a okay way of shaming people who were Baha'i, and yeah.
Yep. I'm not shocked, although it is still sad.
Yeah, it is. It definitely is. Chazi, you're back again.
I was stuck in a tunnel where there was a car accident, so that was like a nice 10 minutes, 20 minutes. And now I realize I stopped by the side of the road. I have a nail in my wheel, my tire.
Oh, nice.
It's all right. All will be fine. All will do. So I'm sorry I missed all that. Looked like you guys were deep in discussion.
Yes, we were reminiscing about the abuse of Baha'i people in Iran.
The abuse of the Baha'i people in Iran. Have you ever been to the Baha'i gardens in Israel?
In Haifa, yeah, I went with my mom. Yeah, I have Baha'i family living in. Well, actually, are they Baha'i anymore? They live in Israel. The thing is, like, I have Baha'i family. Well, some of them I think converted back to being Jewish, but yeah, I was telling Tiffany, was it? I was telling Tiffany that my uncle, my mom's uncle, when he wanted to go visit some of our family in Israel, he had to get permission, and he was only allowed 10 days because it's very restricted how long Baha'i people can stay in Israel by their religious authorities.
Why is that?
The prohibition on evangelism. So the Baha'u'llah took that very seriously, and so it is actually prohibited under Baha'i religious for Baha'is to live in Israel without permission, and a very small number of Baha'i people live in Israel. And as I was telling Tiffany, if you want to convert to being Baha'i in Israel, if you're an Israeli and on the internet, let's say you decided you wanted to become Baha'i, you have to actually leave Israel in order to convert.
Wow, I didn't know that. And they're in my backyard.
They are in your backyard.
Very interesting.
I
Yeah.
think you have to actually work for the Universal House of Justice to live there.
Yeah. Only the is it 10 or 12 members of the Universal House of Justice? So the main governing body of the Baha'is worldwide is called the Universal House of Justice, and I believe there are 12 members, and they live in Israel. Their staff rotates in, and I believe they're only allowed to live in Israel for a year at a time. And anybody who's not part of the staff, you have to get permission to visit Israel, and I believe usually it's restricted to 10 days and sometimes 30 days. My family, when they want to visit family in Israel, have to get permission. And it's been problematic before.
So you're telling me there's like only 12 people in that whole structure? Isn't that like primed to be taken over by other people then? If there's only like 12?
Well, no. So there are staff members. There's 12 people who live there. Well, who have residences there. I believe they don't necessarily live there the whole time, but they have residences there. And then their staff rotates in. People come from all over the world to staff their headquarters, but they do 1-year missions in Israel. And a lot of people who actually work, for example, in the gardens and stuff are not Baha'i at all. Yeah.
And I mean, honestly, any Baha'i place would be easy to take over because of the beliefs.
Yeah, very nonviolent.
Yeah. Most are. Majority. So yeah, I mean, they're not.
Yeah.
They're not
Jacob,
gonna be ready for anything.
Did you by any chance see Jordan Peterson's on Joe Rogan recently?
Yes, he talked about Jethro. I jokingly said to Yosef on Discord that I felt like Hashem could take me right then because my tafkid in this world was over. Jordan Peterson was talking about Jethro.
So I used to call Jethro, Jordan Peterson the modern day Jethro. However, in his last Joe Rogan appearance, he sounded more like, in a certain way, Avraham Ivri. Like everyone's in one ever and here's on the other ever. He was just saying like, I am moving on from this nonsense and now moving forward. And this comes also with like the the Council of Psychologists, giving him their attitude, like it's come to a head if the prominent psychologist is being called out by not being a psychologist or not working properly. And I did this live stream, a short little live stream yesterday, and I said how, and I mentioned this in the past, how in the dictionary you have the word literally, but it's also today.
Figuratively, yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
So that's
I
it.
actually did listen to your conversation with Chad and Lance.
So I think, I think it really was super impressive how he was basing this all on the Bible, so to speak, and it was just sounding very inspirational. Obviously, we'll see what comes of it. But he seemed sharp. He seemed invigorated, and I said, like, this is the wave 3.
Well, I was I really liked it, and Paul Vanderklay also did a huge thread on Twitter. But Tiffany's not a fan of Peterson, so we're gonna shelve that discussion.
Tiffany, you're not a fan because of? It's a safe space.
I disagree with a lot of the things he says about women.
Interesting. Do you mind, if possible, expanding on that a little? But you could also say no. It's also totally okay.
Well, Jacob did ask, but it's late, and I haven't reviewed his content in a while, so
and
maybe
it's 1 a.m.
But I would have to go look at his stuff so I could have examples in my head.
Mm.
But I mean,
that kitty is so cute.
Oh, thank you. This is Marco. But I mean, I'm a feminist and have a lot of different biased views. So,
are you familiar with Camille Paglia?
Say that again.
Camille Paglia. So her last name Paglia. She's an old school feminist, I would say. I'm a big fan of hers. But I also have to say it's 1:15 a.m. Chazi can keep this conversation going because he's an.
I'm getting off the highway in 5 minutes, so I'm also done. But it was a pleasure meeting you, Tiffany.
Yeah, I'm tired too, but I'll try to finish joining the Discord tomorrow. It's nice meeting you guys.
It was very nice talking to you, and you're welcome anytime you want to come on and chat.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I followed you too, so.
Good. I'll talk to you later, Tiffany.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye.